Okay, hello, good evening to everybody who's watching this as a VOD later. Hi, I am Ashley, a character and creature concept sculptor, and I usually treat these streams as a sketch session, so I'm just doing my little spiel at the very beginning here so everybody who's getting into the VOD directly knows what's up. So this is usually like a sketchbook session. I think it's a better way to talk about it because I'm just going to be playing around with shapes and kind of seeing where it goes along the way, stretching, pulling, getting a little bit messy with it, and not really worrying too much about it being super final or, you know, for production or anything of that nature. We're just treating this sort of like a sketchbook workshop session. So it's 4 hours long too, so if you have anything that you want to work alongside with and have something in the background, this is a perfect thing for that. And if you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask. I love to try and help where I can, be it whether it's about the process or, you know, something for your own project, or even just like industry questions or recommendations for things. Open ears. So I'm just gonna let people kind of filter in for a little bit, maybe 2 more minutes, maybe a minute, and then I'll get started. Because usually what ends up happening is people come in and they're like, oh, I missed this in the beginning. How did you do the beginning? The beginning is usually masking and pulling. That's it. Snake hook is how we do these things. All right. I should honestly get a starting soon screen, to be honest. Might help. All right, I'm gonna start doing stuff anyways. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you need to ask in DMs as well, my socials are here if you're catching this as a VOD. All right. Hey, Wrath. How's it going? All right, let's, Yep. Start pulling and pushing. My favorite thing is just masking off areas and just doing big kind of movements. I think one of the best things for keeping shapes looking pretty clean and things is to just like not touch them too much. Depending on like the workflow that I'm going for, sometimes I'll get in there and I'll really like mess with it. Other times I'll just kind of do big one-off movements and then just kind of leave it like that. But when I really don't know what it is that I'm doing, I like to just kind of get in there, make some big shapes, and then see what I see within it. So I guess like in a way this is kind of like, I don't really know what it is that I want to do. How can we remedy that? I guess the biggest thing that you can do is really just get a bunch of shapes going. Kind of froggy, but also birdy. Playing with the new macro flash. Oh, interesting. Hi, Reaper. Hi, Beck. Yeah, I haven't been online too much recently, but I'm here. I'm back. Hello, Josh. How goes? Sometimes if another thing to do is to just kind of like do a couple of these too. I know a lot of the time when I'm starting out in on these streams, I'll have one of them and I'll just go from that. But a lot of the time, if I'm just doing my own thing, I'll just kind of like do a bunch of these like quick, big stretch things and then see if I like anything going after that. And like this is all based on like something if I don't really know what it is that I want to do. You know what I mean? You got rich on Bitcoin and wanted to tell me about it? Wow, congrats. Congrats, Link. I mean, Frank. That's sick. From high school. I'm so happy for you. Hope you're living a great life. Whichever Frank this is. I think I want to do something more like with a beak here. Let's see. Hey EXO. Hey Howard, how are you doing? I lied, I made that up. Well, if you didn't make it up, I would be happy for you. Ooh, actually, why don't we just... I know, I kind of want to go with this. I've got an idea what we want to do. So like I said, I just kind of push things around until I get an idea, and then if I have a stronger idea, I'll start using primitives. Oh, dude. They're good pretzel tunes tonight. Hey Mib, how are you doing? But one of my favorite primitives, even though the sphere is absolutely wonderful, is actually the cylinder, especially for when you're first starting to block things. I actually really enjoy using the cylinder, just because it has that, it already has that sort of like rib cage structure and like leg structure, arm structure, all of that, so you can kind of just place it around very easily. How am I doing? Well, I'm doing good. I mean, learning new things is great though, so I hope if you have any questions too, like ask away. If I can help you with anything, that's awesome. Hey Baubles! Boop. Back to you. You guys have the, is the music good? You want louder? This is gonna be vibey tonight, man. Okay. Ooh, yeah, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do that really high up. Hey Mackie, sounds good? Excellent. So I'm kind of thinking with the head that it's kind of like a snapping turtle. But I want its neck to really come out and stick upwards. Have that like hood. Interesting. Overall, its head shape could be a lot more interesting though. Yeah, one of my favorite things to do is just mask and pull. You could do this either with the move brush or the snake hook tool. I'm thinking, of course, snapping turtle. We've got like that old guy feel. I'm gonna move this a little bit. I'm sorry if I'm like punching it with my stylus. Yeah. Okay. One sec. Punching my mic with my stylus right now. Hey Toby, how are you doing? How's it going? Here we go. How's it going? It's been a while. A weird prank? Oh, the high school? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's whatever. So when I'm doing really like early stage stuff, again, I like to keep things low res because it makes movements a lot more deliberate in the sense of like your shapes will look like overall shapes that capture like a readable silhouette rather than getting in there at a high resolution and adding in a whole bunch of adding in a whole bunch of extra detail that kind of takes away from you zooming out and looking at the overall shape. So I keep things low res until I Dynamesh later on and then add on top of my base shapes. It lends itself to a stronger design this way. I want to ask something. If you're sculpting characters and creatures from your portfolio, should you have to retopo every character or just sculpt, poly paint, and render? That's a really good question. If you are if you're working towards getting a job as a character artist, specifically a modeler, right? If you want to be a character artist or you want to be an environment artist, etc., and you're working with 3D assets for the pipeline, yes, absolutely. You 100% need to be retopping your characters in your portfolio. You need to show your UVs. You need to show your textures. Like, you know, what does your bake look like? Like your diffuse map, your, your roughness maps, etc. Like, you need to show all of this kind of stuff if you're doing that. So yes, you do need to go from sculpt to retopology to then texturing it and showing that off. If you're doing that for games, you know, show it off in like Marmoset or something like that. If you're doing it for like animated feature film, then maybe you want to do a turntable which shows different passes over top, right? There's a lot of ways to do that. Don't ever just kind of put something in there like a T-pose either. I highly recommend doing some kind of a relaxed, natural pose at the very least with your model as well. Sculpting all the time, but still getting stuck on finishing your works, but working on it right now by doing a bit smaller. Yeah, the key, exactly. The key really is just kind of tackle things little bit by little bit. And the crazy thing too is like the longer you're away from doing it, the more intimidating it feels. So you need to just kind of get in there, set like a really small goal for yourself at first, get that little thing done. Okay, you did something today, that's great. And then set a goal for the next day. It doesn't have to be really big. The next day. As long as you're doing something every day, that's better than not doing anything. Because I also get overwhelmed with things too, but that's usually the best way that I can overcome that kind of an issue. Let me get his arms going here. Oops. Hey Alex, how's it going? the detail phase comes. Oh, I understand, yeah. Well, try and think of it the same way, right? Think of it in like layers when it comes to details. You don't need to do everything like, you know, with one brush, for example. You honestly shouldn't do everything with one brush. If you can look at like the references that you're doing and kind of start to break down what it is that you need to do for details. Here's something, here, let me grab like a picture and talk about that real quick. What's a good one that we can look at here? Hey Adam, how are you doing? Like, okay, let's look at like a snapping turtle, for example. Let me... which screen is this? Yes, that one. Okay. So when we're dealing with details, right? Let me grab like a snippet so that I can kind of like draw over so you can follow what it is that I'm saying. So let's say you wanted to like get into the whoopsies. Off to a good start. Off to a great start. Let's say you wanted to start working on some details for this shell. Obviously this looks like you could just, you know, do a VDM brush over and over again for a snapping turtle. It literally looks like, you know, nature's VDM brush. But if you're looking at overall details, you might get like caught up with all of these little tiny like things here, like all of this like little tiny. Don't get caught up in that. Think about it in a hierarchy, right? So the overall shape is like this pyramid, right? So that's like your first thing that you should be worried about. Get the pyramids in place. Okay, great, fantastic. Now, what's the second thing that you should worry about? Well, why don't you start working on these ridges, right? Because all of these ridges are, if you squint, that's like kind of the second thing. Like these really like stand out and grab the highlights out of everything else. And then you have like these secondary ridges that come on top of that, right? These little things right here, you can see them. And those really don't make much of a difference, so don't worry too much about that. What you would want to worry about is where are the highlights really hitting the hardest, these things. So these would be your second layer, essentially, of what you're going to be doing with your details. And then after that, you would worry about, you know, doing these little things on top of that, and you would put your brush to a lower intensity to worry about that. After all of that's done, you could even get a surface noise and start masking off areas, like mask off all of the bottom part right here, right? And then make a morph target and put a surface noise down, and then just use the morph brush to kind of erase in areas where you want it to fade away. So that might end up helping you in terms of thinking of layering things, because all of this is very, very noisy. You see how there's so many tiny little things. Think of it literally like as if you squint and something kind of blurs out into like you can't even tell what it is anymore. That's not super important information when you're sculpting initially. That's more of like you can do it with surface noise, or you can do it with alpha brushes and do it very gently. You don't have to be heavy-handed with that or anything. Always like get in the habit of squinting at what it is that you're looking at and breaking down your shapes, and that will help you when it comes to the detail passes and everything, because then you won't get as confused about things. Even with like, you know, the head here, we can take it the same way. You see all of these little tiny spikes, and then you have all of these little tiny dots, right? So the spikes actually would come first. You know, they would come first before the dots, and then you could mask out areas and then put a surface noise on that for the dots. These wrinkles, you see how the highlight is hitting a lot stronger? That's a bigger shape than like all of these tiny little things right here. So you want to think about that bigger shape right here, even though it's not a big shape, it's a bigger shape, as more of a secondary detail that isn't something that would be in the noise pass, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit with thinking about detailing your models. There we go. Yeah, it's not, you don't have to sculpt everything. You're correct, Toby. Actually, if you're, you know, doing details like the noise passes on things like that I was talking about, you don't have to do that in ZBrush. ZBrush is very good at it if you want it in the sculpt, but if you want to do that in Substance, it's totally viable and actually gives a really great result too. So you can take your sculpt that has the main shape applied to it and then do the what they would call tertiary detail, which it's kind of weird to think of it as a 1, 2, 3 step because there's no like super definitive like this is 1, this is 2, you know what I mean? But it is that thought of hierarchy that helps, and it applies to the texturing in other programs as well. Hi Shader, I'm good, I'm good. Doggy is good, Monty is good. He's where are you? I think he's under the table right now. Hey Akshay, how are you doing? I'm gonna do sort of like a pose with this guy, I think. Can have like tiny biceps. I really like that in terms of character design. I like making like a really big change that comes from like my animation background. It's just like these big shape changes. I thoroughly enjoy doing that. We'll keep him pretty round, I think. And do this here. And then grab the knife curve. Hello? There it is. So that we have a nice semicircle here. I actually kind of want to keep it like he's got like this kind of tiny shell. I kind of want to keep that tiny, and his upper body pretty tiny too. And then he's got a big old belly. Then I think overall, I like to change the posture. Oops, I have something right there. Yeah, I did. Okay, hold on. Sometimes you need to unmask again if that happens. That. Oh, that is really fine. Yep. And then this guy, grab him. Maybe neck. Yeah, we'll like have that come up. This. We'll do a lot of like inserts, I think, in terms of like anatomy inserts here. So it'll feel like everything's kind of like shells and interlocking grab his chest piece, bring it up over top. Just the little tiny chest. And bring this guy down. So he has a little bit more of like a clavicle type thing going on. Move it out. Okay, this guy, I think overall the shape. I'll bring that down and then give this top cylinder more of agency, like that. I'm glad that helped. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it seems like I kind of like did a bit of a thing with the sphere stretching. I was like, that looks like a snapping turtle. So then I googled snapping turtle and showed how to break down shapes. You received a test leather jacket, but never sculpted any jacket before. How to approach it without using Marvelous Designer. Okay, so when it comes to clothing, it's pretty methodic in the way that you're going to want to do it. One thing that you can do, let me just quickly give this a like save so that I don't, bear with me and I'll explain. Hold on. Okay, so what you can do is in Lightbox here, you can actually, like in the tools, you can get, I mean, if you don't already have your own base mesh, I mean, but if you don't have your own base mesh, there's some base meshes here that you can use in project as well. So you can actually grab, I don't know, like let's say like Nick, or if you're working on a female build like Julie or something like that. So if I were to open up like Super Average Man, or no, this is Nick's. Let's say you open up him. What you can do, he's a little bit on the more muscular side, and a lot of us are not like that. So if you wanted to do more of like an average thing, you could like kind of like chill out his muscles just a bit. Just a little bit, like kind of soften it up, but have the overall like shape still there. And so what I like to do for a base of a jacket is I will come through and I will select, like I'll mask off. Oh, this has like the higher sub Ds. Let me just delete those. No, it does not. It has layers, doesn't it? Let me get rid of that. Big ol'. Okay. So I will do a selection of like roughly where it is that I want this jacket to be extruded from. And you can draw on with your mask what you want, more or less. And always you can fix this afterwards as well, but this is a pretty clean way to start it anyways. Okay, and then if you go Control, Alt, and click on it, you can sharpen the mask so you can see what's happening. And then you can extract. You can change the thickness down and extract, right? And you'll start to get something a little bit closer. I like to do it a little bit thinner. Say accept, solo that out. Right? Now you have your base, and what's great is it will come with the polygroups underneath. So if you want to like delete the shell, for example, you can kind of like just get in there and delete the thickness of this, like so. So then you would, yeah, I got it all, delete hidden, and now you can get rid of the inside. And it can just be a shell. This guy ended up having multiple subduals though, or polygroups. I'm just making sure I got everything. Yep, and then delete hidden. Now you just have the shell, and I like to work on a single polygroup when it comes to this until you want to start changing things around and making very specific like collar changes and stuff like that. The collar I would do the same way where, you know what, I'll just give him, yeah, wait, why is he, okay, anyways. So I would do the same thing with the collar, which is just kind of like, this one is really laggy for some reason. I'm not really sure why. My computer's having a bit of an issue. But I would do the same thing with the collar and have it hang over top. And then you can just start moving this because it's already low res enough. You can start moving this with a move brush into the shape that you want. Again, going back to what I was saying before with the overall design like hierarchy, you work the same way. So you're doing this like really low res right now so that you can kind of get the shape that you need, because leather jackets usually have got that like padding in the shoulder, right? And then the arms are not usually nearly as shapely as this, so you just want to like smooth all of that out. We don't really need him underneath. You can use like a person as a mannequin though if you really want, and just kind of start moving things around. The knife curve brush will work on this, but it will fill in right there, right? However, it is a polygroup, so you can delete that again, and now it is a shell, so you can delete hidden. So it is still a shell, and the reason why I like it being a shell is then you don't have to worry about both sides, right? If you're working on fabric, worrying about both, like the thickness of fabric while you're also sculpting the fabric is kind of, it's a waste of time, and you end up with an inconsistency. What you want to do is work on it low res and then start upping the resolution and adding in full detail and all of that in the higher resolutions. And then in geometry, if you go down to dynamic subdiv, you can turn the smooth subdivs down, but then you can give it a thickness. You see that? Now it's no longer just a shell. Now it actually has a thickness to it. I mean, you can see I missed a thing in there to delete, but you can see on the arms right here, you can start getting the thickness that you want to work on. And so then that's really great because it will copy the outside shell, and that'll just be the inside as well. So the full detail is like, you're not wasting your time with doing it. Both sides are worrying about the thickness as you're going. So that's usually the way that I would do it, and everything else past that, you're doing, you know, maybe you want to like worry about seams in the way of like, you'll create polygroups and remesh based on polygrouping. That might actually be very useful for you so that you have good resolution in the seam areas where you need it, right? Before you do any of this thickness stuff, you're going to want to attach the collar to the actual jacket too. I think the collar part of everything is definitely the more complicated to get right. And I'm not gonna like go through an entire thing of like how to do it step by step or anything like that, but that's more or less what I would do to get fabric working in ZBrush. And then the great thing too about this is you can take it afterwards as the shell, not with the thickness. Always thickness is at the end. Always thickness is at the end, okay? But you can take this shell, bring it over to Marvelous, and do a sim on whatever your base character is, right? And then you end up having that in that pose or whatever it is. And I do that sometimes for my concepts. I won't make an entire fabric from scratch in Marvelous. I will literally do like a shell like this, do a quick sim in Marvelous, and bring it back here and add thickness and just, you know, keep sculpting on it a little bit and use it as a guide. So it just speeds it up. So hopefully that, like, you know, Yeah, hopefully that helps. The gizmo, you can stretch an element. It remains fixed, but it is extended, but it is not with scaling. It's only moving it. Is it possible? So the gizmo, you can stretch an element. It remains fixed, but it's extended. Okay, so you're talking about basically, like let's say I put this right here, and then by holding Alt, you can move the gizmo, like the orientation of it. So wherever this is pointing, that is the axis direction for the Z axis, right? And so on the Z axis, letting go of Alt now, because this is the center of your gizmo, you can stretch, you know, you can scale it in that direction with the center point of the gizmo where you want it to stay fixed, right? That's what you, if that's what you're asking. How did you delete the inner part of the extract? That was quick. Okay, so when you're doing any kind of an extract or anything like that, and you have different polygroups, it all depends on polygroup. So again, if you like select a certain area, you go Control W, that will create a polygroup for that. Likewise, if you use the knife tool and then you cut something, it will automatically create a polygroup wherever that knife cut was. So you can go Control Shift and then click, and it will isolate it. Control Shift, click it again, and it will hide it. And so what you can do then is delete hidden, and that one is in Tool, Geometry, Delete Hidden. The reason why I do that is because it's on my, I have to look at that, is because it's on my UI and I always forget where exactly it is. So modify, and then you can delete hidden afterwards, and then it's gone. But right now it's just hidden. So then if you want to unhide something, Control Shift and click off of the model and it will re-show again unless you have deleted it. Never mind, these are the things that these videos does not help somebody who really needs to something. What? I'm sorry, I don't understand. What's my Instagram? Everything, all my socials are right here if you needed any of those. You seen that the gizmo? Nope, got that one. Hey Bobby, how are you doing? Guys, if you don't, if you want a really great draftsman to follow, like a great concept artist, Bobby in the chat, he's awesome. Bobby Rebels, he's amazing. What do you think about artists who only model in one style? I think that that is totally fine. Like if you find something that you really like and it's working for you and it's paying the bills, or even if that's your hobby and you're not looking to monetize it or anything like that, but you enjoy it, then I say go for it. I have nothing against anybody who's thoroughly enjoying what it is that they're doing. I would only have a problem with that if they are saying that, you know, if they're being hyper defensive, not getting any work, but looking for work and blaming others, the fact that they don't like their style and it's like, it's just their style just so that they don't have to learn anatomy or go outside of their comfort zone, then that's a problem. But if everything is working out for you and that's what you thoroughly enjoy and you're not being defensive about anything, then you're good. You're good, man. All love all around. Just trying to help, that's all. You'll def look back when you get this. Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Yes, I say literally a lot. I have a problem speaking and word recall, so I fill in the gaps a lot. I'm sorry if I'm irritating you. Let's say it was a leather jacket. Can you apply leather texture to the whole thing somehow, or do you always have to do it manually with texture? You don't have to do it manually. You can use procedural generated tileable textures as well. Like if you're gonna do something like that, the best way to do that would be through like Substance, I find. But you can also, if you wanted to preview what you're doing in ZBrush, if you have your UVs laid out properly, and you know that nothing is going to be stretched and looking weird and your seams are all in the right place and all of that, then you can actually come down into texture map and preview any textures that you have done elsewhere and bring them in. So if you had, you know, the same works for displacement and normals as well. If you wanted to preview that in ZBrush, you can. How many hours should you study 3D design to get a job? That is very much up in the air, Brooke. That's very much up in the air. I think it's the quality of studying that you're doing, not necessarily the hours. As much time as you can put into it, obviously, is the best. So when it comes to getting a job, though, it's more along the lines of what it is in your portfolio. To get really like good, I guess I could give you like a basic like average of, you'd probably do it for 2 years and start to be in that like junior hireable range. That's I would assume is sort of like an average thing. Faster than you know, it clicked really well for you, that's awesome. Slower, that's fine, you know, too, because life is important and there's lots of things that pop up as well. So the best thing that you can do is focus on the quality of studying that you're doing, right? And what I mean by that is when you're working towards a very specific portfolio, you know, you're going to want to focus on doing the whole pipeline. So start small. Think of like, you know, even if you want to be a character artist, maybe start with just like a skull and then bring that skull all the way down the pipeline. Like sculpt the skull, retopologize the skull, you know, texture the skull, and then display the skull, you know, render the skull, see what that's like. And that's a simple enough object that you're not going to get super frustrated with yourself. If you wanted to go even simpler than that, though, you could do like a very small prop, even something that's on your table, and just model that, and then start moving towards more of the objects that you are interested in and work a lot on things that interest you. And if you're interested in it, you're going to learn faster, right? But also always keep in the back of your mind, if you want to be a modeler, you need to show the technical aspects of things as well. This is dumb, but how do you... No, it's not dumb. No question. No, your questions aren't dumb. Don't worry. Sometimes you do the home and pinpoint icon goes to this corner of the mesh. So if you're doing the home, so if you press Alt and you press home, and wherever it goes, okay, if you look at the floor, you see this is the center point. If you click home, it's going to the center point based on when you hit floor, right? That's your home. So if you're clicking home and it's going to like some random place, check your floor to make sure that that's like proper. If you're clicking pinpoint, then it's going to the center point of that mesh essentially. So reset mesh orientation. Again, remember to always be holding Alt if you want to just affect the gizmo alone. If you don't, then it's going to start moving things around. How do you center the gizmo after you move it? So after you move it, yeah, that's the best thing that you could do, is just like click the pinpoint. That's what I would do. And then if it's not centered as much as you want, then you could do this. When it comes to, like, let's say, here's a good example, is if we've got these two, like, let's say these are eyeballs, right? Now you're clicking center point. This is going to find the center point of both of these at the same time. If you want it to be in the center of these two spheres, just get rid of symmetry by pressing X, and then Alt and click pinpoint again. And now, because you have the symmetry on, rather, sorry, don't get rid of symmetry, put symmetry on, it will go here. If you wanted to affect it both at the same time and find the center point of this, take off symmetry, click this, and it will go into the center. So depending on if you have symmetry on or not will affect where your gizmo is going, essentially. Yeah. What tablet do I use? I use a Cintiq 22 HD. It's one of the older models. It's not the newer ones. Cross chat between Twitch and YouTube, you assume so? Yes, there is. You can talk to each other, no problem. Am I more of a concept artist, or do you make finished assets more? So personally, yeah, I've moved into more of concept art. I do a lot of pre-production, just sculpting, and then juggling just like doing concept sculpting and also doing like paint over type quick viz dev type things as well. What's the last movie that's been released? Dude, frig, let me see. There's a lot of things that are still in production that have movie and not TV show, because I've done a lot of TV work. What is released right now? It's so hard for me to like follow these things. I'm very much a gig worker too, so a lot of the stuff that I do, I mean, TV production, I did design stuff for A Tale Dark and Grim, the Magic the Gathering TV production is not out yet, but I did some concept sculpts for that. I'm trying to think right now, because I can't talk about a lot of this stuff. I guess like the one movie that like is super safe to talk about that's been out for like 4 years now is Next Gen, so that I also worked on. If I could get more out of the free version of ZBrush, you're just wondering if you could get more. Oh, so something to gain from the free version. Are you talking about ZBrush Core Mini? I think ZBrush Core Mini is a good way to like get into sculpting if you haven't gotten sculpting, like if you haven't gotten into sculpting at all, because I mean it's free, there's no strings attached, and it's super like bare bones, so you could try it. I mean, there's nothing in your way of like trying something like that, right? It might actually, you might find it's really nice, but yeah, I wouldn't sorry, I'm just trying to think. Because you can't use ZBrush Core Mini if you're going to go outside of hobby. Like if you're going to sell any of your stuff, the license doesn't provide that. But if you are looking to just break into 3D sculpting and you haven't ever tried it before, then it's really good, if that answers the question. Like, I recommend trying it personally. Like, the UI is very like straightforward. Do I get free ZBrush for doing this? No, I own my own copy. No, I bought my version of ZBrush, and these sessions are all volunteer. think I want to keep repeating that too, because a lot of people seem to be irritated with me not giving a very straightforward tutorial every single time, and I just want to let you guys know, like, I'm not being paid for this or anything. I'm not an employee. I'm just a girl. I'm just streaming. I'm just trying to answer questions as they come in. That's all. So again, keeping things like primitives this early on, you can get very good gestural shapes with stuff and keep it very clean so it reads well like this. I'm doing more of like a thumb shape. Keep it, actually, I'll turn it a little bit more like this. Watermelon! There's the watermelon guy. Mike Pav, yeah. Yeah, he's great. Fantastic. Actually, I'm just gonna grab another cylinder and start working on it like that. So the first part of the finger, of the phalange, this one, you always measure from your knuckle, right? Your knuckle. This one is actually, it's like a 1, 1, but like both segments here are together, right? So these two top segments of your finger, usually as long as it is from your knuckle all the way to your first one. Your first knuckle right here. That section is usually the same right here, right? Small variations obviously occur. And then this one, this second segment is usually, it goes like kind of like a stepping stone. So a lot of the time I see like fingers that are just like this, right? Segment, 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 and it's all equal, but that's not realistic, and that doesn't lend itself to good design either. An Oriental, a kappa. Oh yeah, kappas. Yeah, true. I thought when somebody said kappa, they were like trying to Twitch remote. Yeah, they're not charging yet. I'm not sure when that's gonna happen, but right now you're fine. So it'll happen, I just don't know when. Actually, let me get that a little bit shorter, I think. Stubby fingers. reorient the gizmo a lot to face what it is that I want to do. I usually move that around quite a bit. Face. You start to get the hang of it too, of like when something is positioned properly, nicely, I guess. Can be a little bit hard at first. The more you do that and more you adjust it, it'll make sense. Okay, let's play with this guy right here. I want this to be smaller, like really tiny, kind of like a little backpack mini shell thing. Like he's he's growing out of his shell. It's like it's past its purpose now. That idea that when you're aging, certain parts of you just don't stop growing. The shell just didn't grow with him. Now it's just holding on. This being wider would be nice. And we'll get this whole beak area, this face. Hi, Dorfu. Hi, Sophia. How are you doing? Thank you. No, I'm not doing any NFT collabs, sorry. Yeah, probably Reaper. I'd assume with the next full release, it'll be charged. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that that is what's happening. Hi, Andrea. How are you doing? The Ninja Turtle was left in the ooze too long. True, true. How much they'll cost? Oh yeah, we'll have to wait and see, dude. Like, I could speculate to the end of this earth, but always be wrong in the end anyways. Like, I'm just gonna wait and see, and hopefully it's something reasonable. I'm assuming to a lot of people it won't be, especially if you're a hobbyist, it won't be, but can you do? People gotta pay the employees that they work with, right? Okay, I cannot understand what that is. Let me see if I can translate. One sec. Oh, Peach Thigh, you're welcome. Yeah. Sorry, I can't speak Japanese. I'm using Translate. Okay, let's get this, give it more side. In here too. let's get some AccuCurve in here. I don't want him to look too worried. I want him to just look tired, so I'll bring these up more. Okay, I really like, so when you're dealing with like harder shapes, the pinch brush is probably my favorite. I know a lot of people like to go through with the H polish and stuff like that. I really enjoy just like going in with the pinch brush, like, and kind of defining planes if I need to, instead of just like H polishing everything. It kind of helps me personally control stuff, but depends on you, yourself, but you can try it. The pinch brush is really good for all that. Okay, I'm gonna like really pull his cheeks down. Like, really droop them. I want some droopy. But then this whole thing, we don't want him to look. Okay, I gotta fix this expression because I don't want him to look like upset, you know? Like he's upset, but he's more... actually, where's his top lids? That'll help. Alright. After 200 years, he'd be tired of telling his mom that he likes his shell. Yeah. He just needs his shell. It's his comfort shell, you know? This is supposed to be chill. This isn't chill music. It's supposed to be chill. I don't know. Alright, no worries, Dodruku. Thanks for stopping by. I'd imagine Poop. I'd imagine that your name, dude, I'm sorry. Poop. I'd imagine that it would be I mean, Maxon is also like they also have Forger too, right? So I'd assume that something like that would happen. Am I wearing a sweater? Why? Or is this one wearing is this guy wearing a sweater? He might, kind of, yeah. Sort of like the design that I'm going after. He's just got his comfort shell right now. Actually. Oops, that might be too high res. My bad. Everything's better with a hat. That's my opinion. I'm kind of thinking like a little bit cowboy-y. That's what I was thinking. IMM. Do we have the, or actually curve strap? Wait, no. We have this, do I have the, here, I can actually use this one and then edit it. Oh, yeah, I can. Oh my god, what about like sci-fi? Sci-fi cowboy turtle, man. That has a ring to it. Does. What should I use? I could use this one. The necklace link, we could... Ah, see? By turtle share, yeah. It would be cool, a series of zodiac signs, 7 sins, but turtles. The 7 sins of wearing a shell. I messed that one up. That's okay. It's just a sketch anyways. Let's do an overall inflate. Where is my deformation? Oh. Yeah, boy. Don't talk too fast. Oh, I haven't been really even talking unless. Oh, you use Blender for modeling and sculpting. What do you think about it compared to ZBrush? So there are different ways of thinking about, you know, your workflow. When it comes to being a hobbyist, you do what you can to just do what you want to do, right? Or even if you're a student, you know, you just want to do what you want to do. So Blender is totally fine. But what you need to think about is how there are specialization programs as well. So Blender isn't able to give you the same level of tools or control over your sculpts as ZBrush does. ZBrush has, the whole program is about sculpting. That's literally what it is. Whereas Blender is an overall suite. So it's not specialized in sculpting, and you would be, it's sort of like, you know, you can draw with a rock on the concrete, you know, you can make marks with a rock on a concrete. No one's saying you can't be an artist if all you've got is concrete and a rock with the, like, outside on the sidewalk, you know what I mean? But it's easier when you have a pencil and paper to draw something, right? And so that's sort of like, Blender has the ability to let you sculpt, and you can get by with lots of simple tasks in Blender as well when it comes to sculpting. But if you want to up that quality level, if you want to take it seriously and you're thinking of being an actual industry character artist, even a high-end environment artist, etc., you're going to want to pick up ZBrush because it does give you that control and it is industry standard. But I also understand being a student or being a hobbyist, it's completely viable. There is nothing wrong with it. It's just a tool. Whatever tool helps you get the job done is a good tool. Bring on the helicopters. I will always talk about any program you guys want to here. It's, you know, like, it's fair game and they're good questions. I still use ZBrush because it is the industry standard for sculpting tools, and it definitely works the best for me. I'm working on some different NFTs at the moment. I see your sculpting is so smooth. You need to pass in ZBrush because you can do all in one here. I mean, all right. I mean, I know you're not asking my opinion on NFTs or anything. I just, you know, I have nothing to say about that. Blender for sculpt, Marvelous for cloth, Substance for texturing and paint. You think it's too many? If you're just a... I'm trying to think of this as like, you know, how to say this really diplomatically, because I do wish you success and I think that you're going to do great and that's awesome. I'm just happy that you're making art. But, you know, if you're looking to, again, if you're looking to be serious about your artwork and you're not just trying to do quick one-offs of things, or you are specifically just a hobbyist and you're just enjoying your time, but you know, you're looking specifically to be more serious about what it is that you're doing, then yes, you can complain that there's too many tools, but all of these tools are the best for each specific thing that you're doing, and that's what's used in the industry, the entertainment industry, to give you all of that stuff that you're consuming every day, all of those games that you're playing, all of the movies and TV shows that you're watching, even all of the figures that you're collecting. A lot of it is done in ZBrush, and a lot of it is concepted within Photoshop and then Substance, you know, for texturings and things, right? So, you know, you can complain all you want that there's too many, but it's the difference between somebody who is taking this serious or somebody that's like a hobbyist. And I'm not gonna say that if you're a hobbyist, you don't take your hobby seriously. I mean it more of the like, you're looking to make a living off of it. You're looking to make movies, you're looking to make TV shows, you're looking to make games, you're looking to make high-end figures. Yes, yes, studios do use Blender. This is correct. Again, let me give you an example, okay? When I was working on Next Gen, I used Blender, the whole studio used Blender to create this movie. However, I was both a sculpture artist and I was a texture artist for that film. So the workflow was, we would do our concept sculpts, all of our sculpting for the characters inside of ZBrush, because it was just better, faster, smoother, more optimized than doing it in Blender. Then we would give it off to the retopology team and they would be doing that within Blender because it's completely viable to do that within Blender, right? After that, it was time to surface them and we would get our characters back and we would then surface them. All of the, and we would do that inside of Substance, right? And so there's specific programs for specific things. Blender is viable, but to say that everything is like top of the line in Blender is, that's like you're blowing smoke up your own butt, right? Like you're being dumb. Like open your eyes to all of the other options that are out there and realize that it's not as simple as here is a package, this package is going to solve your life and it's free. It's free and that's fantastic, but when it comes to taking artwork to another level, making things faster in your workflow, these specific programs are better for that. Yes, exactly, Mighty. Yeah, exactly. Like specific programs that focus on one specific thing is because these packages, these suites, we like to call them suites, right? 3D suites, they don't have everything. They don't. Like everything that's robust. They haven't done that. But again, right, you use the tools that you have available to you. If you can only deal with the free stuff, then, you know, use Blender and you can probably do amazing things. There's lots of artists out there that are doing amazing things with it. But again, it's like, if you can speed up your workflow, if you want to do that, then opening that up, trying other programs, being open-minded to that, and realizing that that is industry standard. If you want to work at a studio, that's important. What computer equipment do I use? So I built my PC. I am not, it's not as high-end as all of these people. I mean, I'm not even as high-end as the crypto farmers. I can't get a good graphics card because of that, but I've got a 2070, which is still great. It's not like the worst thing ever. It gets me by really fantastically, but and then I've got 64 gigs of RAM, which is getting me by just fine. Obviously, that could always be more. The more you have, it works great with ZBrush, and you can deal with like higher resolution meshes, and it's like buttery smooth. And then I have a Ryzen 9 3900 series for my processor. So you mean that you can't sculpt good stuff in Nuke? Stop. You have a really good PC and it sucks a lot with random animation rendering. So if you're doing rendering, like post rendering, you know, that's going to be on your CPU. It's not going to be GPU based, unless like you have a very specific renderer to use a GPU based rendering. But if you're using your CPU, you're going to want something like a Threadripper if you can afford that, because it has more cores, so you can have more buckets going at the same time. But more cores doesn't mean that your processor is faster. It's good for rendering things, right? But single use tasks, it's usually a little bit slower. So it's good to have something like a Threadripper with like a ridiculous amount of cores if you're doing rendering. But if you're doing something that is very single task oriented, then you're gonna want something like what I have, which is like, you know, I have a Ryzen 9. You're using GPU? I'm not very experienced with GPU rendering, again, because my processor is stronger than my GPU, so I just stick to CPU stuff. Yeah, if I could get like a Threadripper and like a second PC specifically for rendering, that would be sick, but it's not really in my budget right now. How do you know you wanted to be a character artist? Did you first begin as a 3D generalist or in 2D? Yeah, I started in 2D. I actually went to college for animation, actually 2D animation, and I realized that I didn't want to be an animator. And my now boyfriend was actually in the same school as me, and he at the time was doing a lot of 3D stuff. Like he was learning 3D on his own. And I was like, hey, that looks really, really cool. What program that is? He's like, oh, that's ZBrush. And I started like playing around with ZBrush on my own at home after class was done, like every day. And eventually after graduating, that ended up in me just getting a 3D job instead of 2D. So. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Mighty. I 100%. Oh, I don't use workstation, no. It's valuable to know ZBrush well if you're looking for a job for a person who's never been working in a 3D pipeline yet. If you've never been working in a 3D pipeline, then you should probably pick up. So this is where I would recommend Blender. Okay, this is a very specific case, right? When you're first starting out, this is free. This is no commitment other than the time that you put in. If you don't know if you like it yet, a free program like that is perfect, right? And you can always build upon that knowledge as you go. There's also a free version of ZBrush Core Mini, and that is, you know, it's a non-commitment type of thing to see if you even like sculpting in 3D, and I recommend that you try that for sculpting as well. There's a very big difference between the feeling of sculpting in ZBrush and the feeling of sculpting in Blender. You will probably like the feeling of sculpting in ZBrush more, but I do recommend you try the free version. I hope I said ZBrush more. I don't know. I've been reading Blender so much. I did not. Anyways. But I would definitely try to go down the pipeline of sculpt something, retopologize it, UV it, texture it, and then render it. Try to go down something very simple, like a box, like a crate, a skull, something ordinary on your desk, like some glass spray, right? Or, you know, your phone, you know, something, you know, that you can actually just work with that's very simple shape right off the bat. I wouldn't do anything complicated when you're first starting either. A banana, if you're doing just specifically sculpting, is a great thing. I would recommend something more that you can build on just a primitive with no like curves or anything like that, just to get through the pipeline without too much focus on any specific part of it. Brother, I'm not involved with the NFT community, so I don't know anybody's NFTs. I'm just kind of like staying away from all of that. It's not interesting to me at all. Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Tolkien. You would come in here with that triggering statement, wouldn't you? Do I use any task manager to track my client work? I honestly just use my own calendar. I also use my phone a lot too. So I like, as soon as I have a task, I'll just put it in my phone. And then it's just like an immediate like stress blip. As soon as I wake up in the morning, I've got alarms that tell me what I need to get done that day. They're just like, ah. For the last month, though, I haven't really been doing any work, though. I've been taking a bit of a break from contract work, which has been really nice. You have another question. Where do you think you can go to work or school for a living? You're in Italy. You go to Dubai for 2 weeks at 1st of March and April. You want to go 1 year everywhere. Any option? Okay, so you want to go to work or school for a living? I'm not... Oh, do you mean like where do you want to go? Oh, for learning this type of work. Okay. I don't have, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have any schools that I can personally recommend to you because I also did not go to school for this. But if you want to look seriously for schools, which you don't need schools to learn this stuff, to be honest. But the Rookies has a school list that is pretty good. I would look at their website for recommendations, like certified schools, but I personally can't like vouch for anything. Hi, Latini. Thank you. How are you doing? The Saheps. The Saheps, Alex. Thanks. I appreciate it. You're 24 years old, please consider— No, I am taking you serious. Like, if you are looking for schools to go to, I would look at the rookies. But I personally, like, I don't really, like, overall vouch for schooling for this kind of thing. Art is very much hands-on and getting yourself involved in it. You can find a lot of great mentoring online. You know, I know that if you're into 3D, you're probably just going to look up specific 3D tutorials, which is fine. But I really implore you to look up tutorials about drawing in general. You don't have to draw, but understand that this idea of structure underneath everything that people are drawing is very important to 3D as well, and helping you understand the foundation of a lot of shapes and shape language too. A great YouTube channel for that type of stuff is Proco. Proco will get you very far with your knowledge of the basics. And it'll go a little bit further than that too. It'll help you with structuring. It'll help you with design language. It's a fantastic YouTube channel. Here. But this is, again, this is art in general. So you can think about sculpting as art, right? Then it'll progress you a lot faster, because it's not as simple as just, oh, I'm going to do everything as technically as possible and it'll look good. Yeah, Sedge has the right, Sedge has the right idea. If you can learn this on this, like, side, honestly, the more that you open your mind to other topics too, like Sedge said, it'll help your art, it'll help the arts, art side of things a lot. Oh yeah. Mural Joe, like, yeah, dude, there's a lot of really great stuff out there for learning art fundamentals, because that's a thing that a lot of, you know, new artists that are like, oh, I'm just gonna go into 3D specifically. If you're going into 3D specifically, it doesn't mean that you just, like, throw to the wayside anything from other mediums. You can learn a lot from other mediums. Hi, Master! You don't know if there is sense to looking for work in your case? Sorry, what questions? Did I miss your stuff? I don't know where your comment is. Oh, there it is. In my case this year, I will graduate high school, and it's even possible to get work as a 3D artist with advanced knowledge. Softwares like Blender subjects. It is possible. It is 100% possible. Just understand as well that this industry is incredibly competitive. Very, very competitive. So a lot of it is right place, right time. Unfortunately, you can say that you getting into some place is kind of RNG related. I'm laughing, but it's not really. I mean, I know it's a lot of people's, like, dream jobs too, right? Like, it was my dream job as well, but it's if you can do it on the side, just kind of keep doing things on the side. Get a job. Let's say you can't get a job right away. Understand that that's, like, don't take it super personal, okay? Don't take it personal. Just take it as, okay, I'm gonna keep working on things that I like in my free time. I should go and get a job that will at least pay my bills so I don't starve in the meantime. And at night, when I have time, instead of watching a TV show or something, or playing that game, I'll dedicate 2 hours a night to just working on a portfolio piece that I enjoy. right? That's the big thing. That is the big thing. If you are getting into this and you do not like what you're doing and you're doing it just to get your foot in the door, just to get a job, in my opinion, because of how competitive everything is and what the industry is actually like and how little you actually get paid for the job, it is not worth it. You can always do art in your free time. Always do art in your free time. You don't need a job to dictate that you can do that art in your free time. If you want that industry job that bad, work on your portfolio, work on your skills on your free time, and get it when it happens, doing the things that you do like to do. That's the important thing. Because if you end up getting a job, right, you're just forcing whatever it is, like, you know, you're just making what you think a specific studio will want, you know, and now you're stuck in this position where you're just doing rocks, but you don't like doing rocks. You know, you're stuck as an environment artist just to get your foot in the door, but you wanted to be a character artist, for example. No shade on any of them either. It could be the other way around. Maybe you're doing props and you wanted to do just environment, like full environments or whatever. Or maybe you're doing rigging. A lot of people I know, like, they end up being riggers, but they wanted to be animators, or, you know, all of these different kinds of things happen because you're just trying so hard to just get that job, and then you get put in a lane. And this industry is very good at typecasting people. So when you get in a certain lane, then now you have this title, and unless your portfolio dictates something else, you will have this title and people will think you do that, right? So then you'd just be stuck in a job that will not feel like you're being creative because it's not something that you really like to do. It's important to always focus, when it comes to art, on the type of art that you like to do. Make that your focus to get the job that you actually want, not just like, I'm finally in the industry, like, you know. And I understand, like, it is the dream job of everybody. That's not the be and end all. You're gonna suck yourself dry of everything that you live for. Home and target stages in ZBrush. One sec, my throat is dripping out. Okay, so home and target stages. We'll use the shell as an example. Let me save real quick. Okay, we'll use the shell as an example. Let's say, you know, this is nice and in symmetry here, right? Let's say, I wanted to maybe put the shell in other places. Like I wanted a shell on his forearm for some reason. Okay, so whatever you want as the starting location, think of it as stage 1 and then stage 2, rather than home stage and target stage or whatever. Stage 1 is your home stage, so that's your default. And now you can take this and move it wherever you want after clicking home stage. Say you wanted it on his forearm, right? Like this. So you wanted it right here. Okay, now it's there. Now you can press target stage, right? So now it has both of those instances saved. So when you click switch stage, it'll go back to where it was. You can use symmetry, and you can start, you know, making shapes on it and then switch stage and it will still be there, right? So you can deal with you know, armor things and whatever in symmetry and get it fitting in areas. It's great for like prop stuff. I find I use it for that. Little things that I want to like duplicate around everywhere, I use it for that as well. Yeah. What was I gonna do here? Okay. You know what would be kind of fun is if we did like the sheriff star. What does that look like? The sheriff star. Okay, okay. Like if that was like part of his turtle shell design, I think that would be kind of fun. Song slaps. Eh. Maybe it taps. Wait, let's make it bigger. I'll do it with a mask, I think. That might be cleaner. Then I can... Okay, and then it's straight. And then straight. Ah, my hand is so shaky today, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Let's start with the circles at the tips, exactly. That's what I, yeah, I'll make them bigger circles, I think. Bigger circles. Make this a little bit thicker right here. My hand is so shaky today. My goodness. Oh, woo! Shaky hand. Thanks, Roman. This is masking, so when you hold control down, you can actually use your masking brush. So I'm just doing a design in the masking because then I can erase and not erase, and then I can sculpt on the unmasked areas or switch the mask around and have things just be a lot cleaner that way. You store a mask. You can save it as a poly group, so you can press Control W after you have masked something out, and it will save it as a poly group. But to save a mask selection specifically, like let's say you do in Maya, no, it does not work that way. My hands are so shaky today. Oh my god. Like, look, this is me like trying to make a straight line. Just be like that some days, you know? Some days you've got like the steadiest hands ever, and then other days it's like... I think that's a very cute turtle shell design. I actually feel like I haven't had enough coffee today. Has anybody been playing Lost Ark? Question mark. Yeah, I gotta eat more, I think, Beardos. I only had a snack before I got on here, that's probably why. You're correct. No, I haven't drawn at all today, actually. This is my warm-up as well. Shh, don't tell Maxon. Waiting times are long. Which servers are you guys? Because I'm on NA East. So, which server are you guys on? You've been hitting Dying Light too? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard that one was good. I mean, I've heard the game-breaking bugs, though, are kind of... But if you got past that, that's cool. You're... Oh my god, Cry's in EU. I'm sorry. When I visualize stuff in my head, especially when... How do you visualize stuff in your head? Okay, I'll answer that in depth in a second. Just wait until... Hold on, let me get this... So, okay, again, with the the visualizing in your head, a lot of that will be easier the more of a visual library you build up in general. If you're looking at a lot of images like through the day and actually analyzing what you do, it'll help you kind of remember different textures and shapes and things like that. It's best to do exercises where you squint at something that you're interested in and look at like the overall silhouette of what it is that you're kind of looking at in terms of an image, and it'll give you a good idea of kind of like a shape to remember that's associated with, let's say, that animal. And then that ends up making it easier to mishmash things in your head. Some people I know cannot visualize. I know a couple of people that, like, if I say imagine something in their head, like they can't, like they're not capable of actually seeing in their head, right? Like I know that that's a thing that a lot of people struggle with, in which case Pinterest is there for you. And I would recommend, you know, doing mood boards of things that you are interested in. There's different ways of setting up like pure refs based on Pinterest boards that you make of different like animals and things like that, and you can even like put moods down. So when it comes to like referencing something, you don't always just want to be looking up, okay, I want to do a bat, so you're only looking up pictures of bats. What's the mood that you're trying to go for? Is it medieval? Is it more of like you know, is it like warrior? Like what are we going for? Look up things that kind of go along with that and have them as a mosaic in front of you as you're working. You don't have to be staring at one specific image, just having them there so you can glance and get ideas works really well if you're not thinking and like visualizing well in your head. For a lot of people, that's also a skill that, you know, you get better at as you're doing it. I actually, a lot of the time, like if I'm not at my computer or if I don't have like a sketchbook or something, I might even and Eric's got me doing this a lot of the time. Like we joke about like me staring at a wall. Like I can literally just stare at a blank wall for a while, because I will sit there and I'll just start to like think about different overall shapes and switching that out and just visualize myself actually sculpting something and moving around in my head. But that is a learned skill, and you learn it by doing a lot of it, actual sculpting, right? And then it becomes easier to do that in your head as well. And so I'll get ideas, you know, in my head, even if I'm not at my computer doing something, but that is built upon. And if you can't visualize, again, like I said, have like mosaics in pure ref up for yourself. It'll help you. It looks really fun. No time to play. I have put in an ungodly amount of hours into that game already. I'm on Avesta for Lost Ark. I love ARPGs so. Oh my god, what a game. I really like Lost Ark. I really like it's like bad. Yes, greater than 60 hours, baby. I agree. Oh man, yes, reference is absolutely king. You definitely should be using reference. No matter if you can visualize or not, reference will always build you a better foundation. Bruce Lee, that's very wise of you. I want that? I don't think I want that. I think this this rim overall though can be thicker. Yeah, Shadow. Dude, as soon as I saw like that you could be a demon, I was like, baby. The summoner, yeah, the summoner looks cool. the lance, the you know what I'm talking. What's the class name? The Lancer, is it? Not the Gun Lancer, the other one. The Gun Lancer's already out, which looks dope as hell, by the way. The endgame for that, but I can't remember right now. Hey, Roman. You chose Paladin for your first character in the beta? Paladin's really slow, but like they're good support. They're just like really, really slow. I think I might make my first ult a Paladin though. I'm not sure. Yeah, I got a Discord. It's not super active. Occasionally we'll talk a little bit in there, but it's like we just, I don't know, it's there. If you want to like ask me questions or whatever, you can always ping me in there if you want, or ask other people that are artists as well. They're in the art and questions. Some people answer sometimes. Like, it's not super active though. I'll give the link if you want it, but you don't have to join. Where is, oh my god, invite. Here. Yeah, it still says 2021. I'm sorry. I didn't get an update for that overlay yet. I'll look to see if there's an update later. Thanks for reminding me. If there is an update, I'll be sure to change that. Ooh, the artillerist is super cool, yeah. Also, anybody who's playing as a bard, thank you. I appreciate you because I know how annoying that harp noise is, but you're needed. It's pretty brutal. Bards are... I don't know, man. Okay. So, I'm actually not going to dig into this. I think I'm going to give this an extract. That's probably too big. No. Take down the smoothing. Nope. Damn it. Okay, I know what I'm gonna have to do here. Actually, no. We'll just make this thicker because we're doing this low res. That's, let's see, put that to like 1. Should be fine, and then I can clean that up. Okay. And then I like to take my cut, turn it big. Ooh yeah. All right, Bobbles. Yeah, I'll let him know. Which Lost Ark server? I play on Avesta. What music is this? This is on Pretzel Rocks, the chill EDM station. Here you go. How do you make your UI blue? In preferences, you can do, where is it? Eye colors, right here. Yeah. So the reason why I'm doing this is because like it'll give a softness, you'll see, as soon as I finish doing it this way. It gives a softness to everything. It looks like it's kind of like beveled, but also organic. Oops. Yeah. Do it from here. Just do it like this. Yeah, orange to blue it's very pleasing, isn't it? I like the blue as well. Hey Omar, yeah, no, I'm aware of that, but the when you're doing an extract, if you're doing it low res, it won't really matter in terms of that. It's because of how low res everything is very aliased. So what you want to do is either up res your mesh underneath, or you can do kind of like what I was doing. But either way, like just sharpening the mask is not going to get you what you're looking for because of this smoothing. And if you don't smooth, then everything stays aliased. It is the low res. Does the brush come with ZBrush? MacHut? No, you can Google it and find it for free though. I use MacHut Mech A. If I click away, you see how that like looks really like soft and non-super mechanical? That's the reason why I like doing it that way. Has like this like overall softness to it, and then you still have that control of the pieces. Oh, For you guys that are playing Lost Ark, I need to ask, how many seeds? How many seeds do you have? How many, huh? But don't answer. If you're using a guide, I don't want to know, okay? I don't want to know. If you're using a guide, I don't want to know how many seeds you have. How many seeds do you have? I want to flex real quick. D8. I'm gonna destroy you. Oh, you're only level 23 though. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost level 51 at this point. Like, it's really bad. The addiction is strong. I have 288 seats. Hell yeah. Oh man. Makoko. Okay, enough. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I'm not gonna talk about Lost Ark anymore. The addiction is strong. Okay. You were testing your 3D mouse with one of the stock ZBrush models the other day, and I noticed something odd. When I moved my brush over the mesh but didn't sculpt or rotate the mesh, the visible floating would disappear and the model would look smooth. And it was like, okay, so Reaper, that is probably because you have dynamic solo on, right? So when you have dynamic solo, you're actually going to have things turn into their lowest subdivision level as you're turning around, right? And it's also going to only show you like the one specific thing that you have active. So make sure, like, if you don't want that, unclick dynamic, and then you won't have that issue as much anymore. At least that's what I think your problem is. I'm not 100% sure, but hopefully it's the dynamic. Makoko, bruh. Dude, all the Makoko memes are killing me. Like, there was this one, shit, what was it? Like, babe, it's 7 p.m. It's time for your hourly Makoko grind. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. I'm not tryharding, I'm just addicted. TM. Oh, okay. Alright. Hey Mark, what's up? Try clicking on where it says dynamic next to brush size when nothing happens. I think it'll just... Yeah, no, it's down here though. It's on the side right here, like with the solo button. It's right specifically this dynamic right here. You might have clicked that at some point. If your mesh is shattering when you dynamesh, smoothing it out in artifact seems to work, but maybe there's another way. Your mesh is shattering when you dynamesh it. Yeah, so if you like shattering, do you mean like you're getting cheesecloth holes and everything, or like there's holes or something like that? Because if it is, then you could do like a quick inflate, and then dynamesh at a little higher resolution, or you know, you can do mesh integrity fix mesh. It might if you fix mesh and then re-dynamesh, it'll fix that as well. Important to have work where you are replicating something to the best of your ability. For example, trying to model and texture screen accurate Mandalorian model. I don't think that, well, again, it depends on what your end goal is, right? Like what exactly is your end goal? What are you trying to do? Like, you don't have to copy something from the Mandalorian, right? And I know that's not really what you're asking. I'd say like it's important in terms of fundamentals as an overall general rule, because again, this is really dependent on what you're going for, what kind of a job you're looking for in the industry. Do you want to go into animation and stylized, or do you want to do hyper real, right? Like there's a lot of different avenues that you can go down. And so if you like replicating real life as closely as it possibly can be, you're closer to a tech artist than mostly, but that doesn't, you know, you can still be a character artist and a tech artist kind of thing, right? But a lot of your stuff will come down to tech art. And that's super cool, and you get paid a lot better anyway, so but if you're not, if you're just doing it because you want to get hired at a place, I kind of went through this before, but just to like summarize, I don't think you should do anything that you're like really not interested in art-wise. Like if you're just doing hyper real because you think that's what you need to get like hired, don't do it. Work in stylized, you know, like that's fine. But if you're just like saying, I want to be a character artist, but I'll never learn anatomy, for example, that's a different story. You need to learn anatomy in order to be a good character artist. However, the way that you go about learning that can be in a more fun way, and you find subjects within that that you do like. So hopefully that helps. I don't know. If you wanted to be a little bit more specific, I can dig at that a little bit better. Yeah, mass curve. Actually, Oh, look at that. I screwed up. I didn't center the gizmo. Tisk tisk. Face that way or the other way, actually, I think. Ooh, that's a big one. Do it this way. A little stubbier. So to duplicate like I just did right there, it's Control with your gizmo out, and then you just drag in a direction, and it duplicates it into the same subtool. Tap that. I can barely read your mind. Your name, Divine. How are you? Welcome. Decide a name of this turtle. I don't know, give him a sheriff name. Now I screwed up. I always screw up though. It's my my brand. You find a ton of joy in replicating things or getting a detailed concept and making it in 3D. I don't think you've heard of Technartist. Can you elaborate? And thanks for this. Very valuable info. I mean, okay, yeah, if you like doing taking concept art that exists and making it in 3D, then you're totally good. That's like that is a modeler's job. That is fantastic. And if you're a tech artists can range for a variety of different things. A lot of it is R&D. They're usually used to be problem solvers. Tech artists, from the experience in the pipelines that I've been in, again, this like their job description can vary, right? But a lot of the tech artists that I knew would work on figuring out how to implement different tools into pipelines specifically that are art related. Like maybe they'll figure out how to make procedural textures and make that look good and easy to use, like technically easy to use. So they're still artists, but they're more focused on the technical aspects of things. There's a lot of procedural work involved and tool implementation into pipelines, and again R&D work in terms of the technical side of things and streamlining stuff. Once you've applied a alpha surface noise to a layer, is there a way to then only apply that layer to a specific part of the surface? You could use, so Dragon, for that, I would use morph targets because there is a brush called morph, right? You have a morph target created. Your morph brush, if I can find it, one sec. Morph right here. This brush will specifically work to either bring out more of your morph target or push back the morph target to the original state. So you could erase details that you've done if you stored a morph target before doing those details. So that's probably what you would want to do, where you would just be painting in surface noise at that point. What's my favorite part about sculpting? There's a lot of different parts. I really enjoy posing my sculpts and then getting like a final composition for everything. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I really enjoy that. I really enjoy the initial blockout stage as well. The detailing is a hit or miss for me because sometimes I get in the zone and I'm like, yeah, this is relaxing and stuff. But I think the most creativity comes out of the initial stages and the last stages, rather than that in between of like, okay, I got to get scales on this or whatever. For me, anyways. Yes, Black, it is absolutely possible to get professional work with Blender. I'm saying, when I was talking about the specialized tools like ZBrush, for example, being better for things, is because it's easier for you, faster for you to get industry level work out of it. And also on top of that, the industry does use ZBrush for sculpting, right? So if you're gonna get hired as a character artist, then you should know ZBrush. But if you're just working as a hobbyist or anything, there's no shame. I do recommend you try ZBrush though. It's a lot of fun if you can get your head around it, and it offers a lot more for sculpting. Call him slow draw. I love that. That's great. Slow draw. Share slow draw. Yeah, tech artists are very, very, very respected. Like, a good tech artist is fantastic in a pipeline. Like, they're blessed, man. So, let's see. Ton of joy replicating things or getting a detailed concept and making it 3D. Yeah, got that one. Do I have other softwares that you import brush objects into, like ZBrush brushes? ZBrush brushes aren't compatible with other programs. Do I rig my characters? No, I have rigged. I have rigged before, but I don't rig anymore. I don't enjoy that process very much. I'm too like, I need to start on the next thing to go all the way into rigging. I usually pose my stuff via sculpture because it's faster for me. Do I have advice for someone who is just starting out with ZBrush, like where to start for someone with no experience yet? Can I answer that when I get back? I'm sorry to make you wait. You can check the VOD if you have to go. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly. I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? Oh, okay. There we are. Yeah, no, I'm streaming here usually for 4 hours, so I usually have to like take a break at around 8 p.m. to go to the bathroom. It just is the way that it is. Drink a lot of water, that happens. Yeah, so this is Monty. Monty says hi. He likes to say hi at the in the middle of every stream. So your question was, let's see. Okay, advice for somebody just starting out in ZBrush, like where to start for someone with no experience yet. So if you have no experience at all, I'd actually recommend you try ZBrush Core Mini. It's completely free, the UI is completely stripped, like down to its very bare minimum, and you won't have a whole bunch of like bells and whistles to worry about, and you won't have to worry about like all of the extra stuff all around the screen, right? All the menus. So that's something that I would recommend, because then you can see if you even really like 3D sculpture in general, right? Maybe you don't even like it, but that's what I would recommend. And if you do like it, you could always then go to Core, or you could just jump for the full program and then maybe watch some like Michael Pavlovich videos, etc., to get you through the UI, because that's really like the biggest hurdle, right? And also, like when you first start sculpting, if I were you, I would pick like a simple topic to do. I always recommend people to try doing skulls. Skulls is like a really, really good starting thing to do, and it does help you learn anatomy along the way anyways. Hey, you itchy? Am I itching you? Sorry about that. So yeah, skull is very, very good for that kind of stuff. Can I help you? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm gonna let him down. But yeah, skull is a good one to practice with when you're first starting out, and even if you're not, like, even if you're like intermediate, going back to the skull is always like a great thing to do as well. Yeah, it's like, it's the weather. We're talking about the weather. The weather is freaking my body out. I've been getting migraines because of the like, it'll be +5 and then it'll drop to -20 within like a day to 2 days over here, and it's like all right. Yeah, they've got you, Michael Pavlovich. My current job, well, right now, if I'm being fully honest, I chose to take a break from client work this past month. I'll probably be getting back into it in the next little while, but I'm currently on break, so I haven't really been doing anything professional in the last month. It's been really nice, I'm not gonna lie. I really overloaded myself last year, especially at the end of the year. I was working like 3 contracts at the same time, and I had no time to do anything. I was pretty stressed out. It was not good for my health, and I'm gonna be a little bit more conscious of that this year, for sure. But, sorry, again, lots of talking, but current job, I do a lot of concept sculpting, and I'm also, I do like biz dev, R&D work. So I'll even do like 2D concepts, but based with like 3D models, right? So paint overs, things like that, whatever pre-production needs. Whew. How did I do that? I hurt myself, that's how. That's why I'm taking a break, because I'm like, okay, I gotta like reset. I just have to like not think too much about anything. So yeah, you know, not making any money, but breaks are important. I'll be reaching out to clients soon and letting them know that I'm back in business if they need any help though. But for now, I am just trying to reset. Professional Makoko hunter now, yes. I want to add too much anatomy here. I want to keep it pretty simple and then build off of that simple shape and try and do that. It's pretty like stubby. I think I'm going to merge all of these things down into one. It'll be easier to deal with. Only from home, Mark. I am 100% in my Golem cave, full gremlin mode when I'm not streaming. I am in sweats. My hair is up in a bun. I am emitting moisture from every orifice of my body, sitting here in a puddle, going my precious over my Cintiq for multiple hours a day. At least there's a window that lets me know that outside does exist. No, I've got Monty to help me ground me. You took some medical leave for a month, almost over, back to the grind soon. Yeah, Poop, man, I'm really happy that you were able to take that medical leave too. Not every place allows that, and I'm really happy that you do have that option. That's fantastic. I hope that it's helping you. Have I ever done an crochet to study anatomy? So how I study anatomy, I don't like only studying it in 3D. I actually like to draw things out to understand things. I do have a 2D background, so just to like understand where markers are, a lot of the time I might actually do that. You know, as an example, wait, let me... you know what, whatever. We don't need to do that. Yeah, so like if I've got 8 crochets, right? You can see Mr. Naked Nude, censor, Mr. Nude Man right here, right? If I wanted to study, let's say, his forearm a little bit better, which is super bright, sorry for that. If I wanted to study that forearm, I could just like put him right in front of me, and then I would just draw it a bunch of times in different angles, because then I feel like I would understand it better. instead of trying to do like a one-to-one in 3D. That's actually, it helps me personally. So I mix 3D and 2D a lot of the times when I am learning things because the knowledge transfers over. Do I recommend using a Cintiq over a mouse? Oh, for sculpting, absolutely, but you don't need a Cintiq, John. You could actually get just like a really cheap $100 or even less. You could probably find them for less on eBay. Wacom, a Wacom bamboo, or you can get like an Intuos small or something, or an Intuos medium if you want to be really nice about it. I have an Intuos medium that I switch between. Sometimes, like if I have a really bad shoulder, for example, because this will hurt you for long periods of time. Using a Cintiq for long periods of time will hurt you. You will have occupational hazard injuries using a Cintiq. So it's very important if you do have a Cintiq to have a fully adjustable arm. Let me show you. Okay, so this arm that I have, if you can kind of see it right here, this, I ended up customizing it as well because normally the average arm that you get, even Ergotron, is not long enough to kind of put it in any place that you want. You really need to be able to adjust this constantly in order for it to be good for your back. You will be in pain using a Cintiq at some point. So getting a desk tablet might be the better option for you, especially if you're just starting out, not just because of budget, but because of ergonomic reasons as well. Yes. Oh, that's great that you're taught to use 5 brushes. Accurate. That's actually really, really good. Tell your teacher they're doing a good job. Yeah, my 5 brushes that I recommend are 1, clay buildup, 2, Damien standard, 3, H polish, 4, snake hook or move. You could just use the move brush. I use snake hook though. And 5, inflate. And then optional on top of that, 6, pinch, 7, mat cut, 8 is slash 2. So my 5 main ones though are clay buildup, Damien standard, H polish, snake hook and or move, if that's up to you, and inflate. But you could also replace clay buildup with just the standard brush as well. You don't necessarily need to use the clay buildup brush, you could use the standard brush. Yeah, so if you're getting an arm for your Cintiq, you can get the Amazon Basics one, okay? That's way cheaper than Ergotron or the Wacom brand arm. And then after you get that, get a Ergotron extension arm. It will fit with the Amazon Basic one. And then it'll go over top of wherever on your desk you want. However, the only thing that you can't do with that much extension is you can't like lift it up and stand and draw on it like in the air. It's not going to support. But if you're just going to like rest it on your desk, you're just going to like rest it on your desk like I do, like this, right? Then it's more than enough, and that's what I would recommend. Yeah, Amazon has their own brand. Oh my god, guys, my throat is hurting. Okay, let me see. Sheriff boots. Do they come pre-installed? The arms? No. No, you're gonna have to like put it together. Like, I mean, it kind of does, like the individual bits, but you just kind of like have to put them on top. It's very easy to put together. You want me to give you? Do you just want me to just like buy you a version of ZBrush? You just want me to like just buy you a version of ZBrush? I'm so confused. What? Okay, good night, Mark. Have a great evening. Thanks for dropping by. You meant the brushes. Oh, pre-installed. Yeah, all of the 5 that I was talking about, yes. But the only one that doesn't is the Maccut Mech A. This one you get, you can just Google Maccut brushes. M-A-H cut mech brushes. I can get this, like, it's gonna be hard. I'll do it from that angle. But it also needs to be... Okay. That... Cut like this, maybe. Point that outwards. I'll go out. Looking like a boot. pointier. It's also hard to get it like pointy. Sure, boots are tricky. Those definitely need to be pointy. Okay. Start getting in the sole. Yeah, outside of my home, EDM outside of my home, I have not been to a festival in a very long time. COVID is not very festival friendly. Oh, right, that's why that was like that. I used the clip. Alright. Hey Sergio, how are you doing? Thanks, Shader. I appreciate it. How did my Stylist League alien turn out? I actually have not continued it after that. If the inspiration hits, maybe I will. But it was one of those kind of things that was like stop and go so much that for me, I like to just like sprint on something when I'm in the zone of it, and then if I have to wait to work on it again, it kind of just like slows me down in terms of like wanting to continue it. But yeah, if I do finish it, I'll definitely post it. I just have not. Any external alphas for tertiary details? Yeah, depending on what it is. Some, you know, if you want to try out a bunch of external stuff that's free, the ZBrush repository actually has some alphas that you can try out. A lot of the stuff that I do is pretty like I can do a lot of it with paintovers and things like that because of the specific kind of job that I have. But yeah, I mean, sometimes I make stuff in Photoshop for very specific things if I need it, or I'll make a VDM brush in ZBrush as well for specific things. Oh boy. Any secret tips on using ZBrush subtool folders? You know, when you do Gizmo, pizza box, select multiple, put them in this folder. Yeah, that's pretty much all I do as well. I don't really use, ooh, whoops, did I tab? Yeah. So I don't actually use the folders unless I need to package something and keep it clean for client send off. Or if I'm working with a absurd number of subtools, like if I'm doing something mech related, then I'll use a lot of subtools. But over, you know, besides just duplicating things around, I don't really like use like any special tricks or tips or anything like that with the the folders. I am so sorry, Master. I am so sorry. See you, Super. Have a great night. Yeah, folders are really useful for booleans. Sorry for this. It's not. You don't worry. You're not nothing. It's not stupid. You don't have to say sorry about any of that. Like any question you guys have, feel free to ask. It's all good. You just do this with a mouse and keyboard. You learned about this program along with Unreal today. Dude, you are in for a treat, man. Welcome to the path of 10,000 hours. It's a lot of fun. It's very frustrating. It's a lot of fun though, and very rewarding when you actually do make something of your own. So welcome. But yeah, you can do stuff with a mouse, but I would recommend getting a desktop tablet. So you can get one that's like pretty cheap on eBay. You could probably find one secondhand that's like $50 or $100 or something like that. And that'll go a long way further than using a mouse. So recommended brand from me is a Wacom, but there are other competitive, cheaper brands than Wacom, which is is it Z Pen or something like that? And Huion is another one. XP Pen and Huion are competitors. Yeah, the Entos Pro is fantastic. Thoroughly enjoy. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep it pretty simple, I think. Like really make this hat big. I think with the cowboy hat, it's like pinched like that, right? On one end. Damn! What? Wait. Wait, what is off? Quick 3D in transform palette. When did I turn that off? What? Okay. This, like the brim here, I could just make another hat, but I'm just gonna fuck around with this one. I don't even care. It'll be nice and just gestural hat rather than a nice and clean one. Deal with it. It's fine. For a sculpt, it's fine. It is fine. Bring that in. And then get a bit of like a... You can actually do a larger Damien standard with a lower Z intensity for more of like a pillow-like crease effect. Partner. Partner. Is it hard to find work that's interesting to you? You know that there's a need for these artists, but it's work that you're passionate about as well? 50-50. So I do tell people that it is important to do the things that are interesting to you when you're trying to get a job in this industry, because so that you're not stuck doing things that you don't like to do, because art is a very passionate job. And so when you are working artistically on something that you cannot find any joy in, it drains like the life out of you. So it's very important to feel artistically fulfilled with what you're doing, so you should find something that you like to do. Some of the things I obviously do out of necessity, not, you know, when you're working contract, it's very like hit and miss. Like some things are really cool, some things are like, okay, I'll just get this done. But the majority of the work that I accept, I try to keep it on the like in the realm of, yeah, I think that would be really fun to work on. Yeah, I really think I would enjoy concepting this, you know, it gets my gears turning. If you're forcing me to do something that is like very medial, then, you know, obviously if it's needed, then I will do it to help the team. But a lot of the freelance work that I do is conceptual. So if it seems like a very engaging project, I definitely will be 100% on board. How many projects am I working at? So right now, like I said, I'm taking a bit of a break because I kind of worked on too many last year. Last year, I was like juggling 3 contracts at a time at any time, and it was just like, it's way too much, 3 different contracts, and that's like, I don't recommend anybody do that, but it was one of those things where I had a hard time saying no, because like I was just interested in all of those things at the same time. But yeah, it's I don't think that anybody should go over the one contract at a time. I mean, you can try to do the 20 hours for one, 20 hours for another type of deal, which is the most that I'll do. I'll work with 2 at a time, but even that can start getting demanding if you don't put a hard rule as a freelance artist that no, like in the contract I stated you will only get 20 to 25 hours a week from me for that contract, because a lot of the time clients will try to ask for more, and if you're not being honest about your hours, things will start getting really bad for you. So you need to be very honest about that kind of stuff and communicate with your clients as well, especially if you're working on multiple at the same time. You need to be on the ball. You need to have a schedule set up for yourself. And just know that, like, if you're doing the 3 contracts, I do not recommend you're juggling 3 contracts at a time. If you are juggling 3 contracts at a time, you need to be extremely organized. I am a concept sculptor. I specialize in sculpting and like character design in general. So a lot of the time, I will actually be building off of things that already exist, not necessarily 2D concepts, but rather prompts or whatever will come down the line from a director. You know, they might be like, okay, you know, there's like a bunch of different things that I do. Freelance is very like gig-like, but for the best way that I can describe what I do as a whole is a concept sculptor. I do the whole modeling pipeline occasionally as well. It just depends on what the job is at the time. But yes, 3D concept sculptor is the title that I guess I'll stick with right now. It's just the easiest. Did I do work with clay before I was in this program? I've tried it. I haven't dove into it though. I started with 2D art when I was in animation school. So 2D animation is where I started with everything. And that's actually when I started, like, I tried clay. I really like clay. I don't have space for clay. I think this needs some simplification, actually. Yeah, no worries. This is actually the ZBrush Maxon channel. It says Pixelogic. That's what the company was before. They got acquired by Maxon. So all of the streamers that are here, including myself, that stream on this channel, we are volunteers, and a lot of us stream either bi-weekly or monthly, some of us weekly, but we're all just, you know, volunteers here. So it's not just my channel. It's definitely not my channel. There's a lot of other artists that stream here, so you can check all of them out. Yeah, like a while ago, Pixelogic got acquired by Maxon. Oh yes, hi Angelus. Chat's being good. Not like, I don't really think it means too much for Pixelogic, other than like its users we will all now have to be paying for updates, like full version updates, I mean. But anything like that you can find on the Maxon website. Like they outlined everything in a FAQ. If you're curious about that, you can find it on the Maxon website. I don't know. Am I being good? I feel like I'm being really chill today. I think I'm very well behaved and chill today. I think I like the tinier neck. The tinier neck was working better. Yeah, this was working better. Wow, that's annoying. That's an annoying song. Go away. Yeah, chill cubed. That do be it right today. Yeah, I wanted him to have a tiny shell, but now I'm like, I don't know. I want this to be bigger. Yeah. Did I use mask to dynamesh a small part of your model? No, I don't do that. I just mask things out and then change them, unmask, and dynamesh. So I don't. Whatever you saw, it wasn't me doing that specifically. Okay, maybe I'll go. Let me try a bigger shell. See what that's like. Ah, screw it. It works better. It just does. It just works better than the tiny shell. I'll just make his hat bigger to compensate. Or tinier. No, bigger. Ugh. Now I'm just like I'm losing the special sauce. Let's see. These guys. Let's reposition. Oh. That is happening to you as well? Just mirror and weld your stuff? because that just means that the normals are different on both of them. And a lot of turtles actually have tails, believe it or not. And I think I'm going to do that just to balance this out back here. Project manager at Boeing, and he's telling his team that they need to design a bigger inlet door or something. What? That's so random. What do like cowboys work at Boeing or something? That's so random. Yeah, I think that he would have a shotgun, right? Beck, I think he would have a shotgun. That's like what I was thinking with these like things. I'm not gonna do that. I obviously don't have time to do the shotgun right now. I've only got like 15, 20 minutes left. So the crotchety turtle. I know he's fun. He's fun. I kind of want to play with his silhouette, make it a little bit stronger though. Bling. Let me try doing a quick thing just to try some stuff. Sometimes I do that. Is I'll go over to transpose, depose mesh, and then I'll be able to work on everything at the same time with bigger stroke. Like, there we go. To kind of give it more weight. I'll give, I think, right. These cowboy boots are like, it's tricky to like make stubby pointed boots. I always like really have to play around with that. Make sure that they're nice and pointy but also stubby looking. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I will keep those. It's okay. Bring them back. There we go. Now it just has a little bit more personality in terms of like the weight and everything. We save. Do you like wearing cowboy boots? I don't have any cowboy boots, not anymore. He gives me the Boeing vibe too. Why? That's so weird. Why Boeing? That's weird. I want to know why. Can you like kind of like airplane design, Mad Men airplane? I guess. Boeing. That's such a weird. I don't know. That's random. That's so strange. Interesting. He carries outrageously large guns that he keeps in his shell. Yes. 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 Thank you for showing us so many techniques. Oh, no worries, man. That's what I'm here for. Want to help. 3030's canon from Brave Star. I talked like Texan? I talk like a Texan? I've never heard that one before. Oh my god. Okay. Right, I was gonna pull this out a little bit more so it's not too long. I mean, that's kind of cheated, but it's fine. I don't like it when links, like, if I curve them, I don't like when I accidentally make them not straight in their sections. Okay, auto group this so that they're in their individual auto groups. Oh, I definitely moved that around, didn't I? Yeah, they're all different. That's okay, we can make them a little wonky. That's okay. They can be a little wonky. I can actually, I'm gonna delete this, fix this underneath, and I'll bring back cleaner ones from before my earlier save, because I don't want that to be all, I don't want it to be that wonky. It was really bugging me. See, this is what I mean by, like, I don't like this being curved. I gotta fix this. Because, like, this inner part can be a little bit weird, that's fine. But the actual link itself, no sorry. It must be a little bit more straight. But because they're so big, the links are so big, you can kind of cheat it a little bit, especially since it's gonna be underneath. Just don't like it to be like overwhelmingly obvious. Because then it just looks like a bad skinning job, you know what I mean? Gonna be underneath, so it'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, that'll be underneath, it'll be fine. Let me grab, quickly save. Ding. Oh, I have so many like random things that is what's going on. There. Why do I use snake hook instead of move? What does snake hook do? So snake hook, it kind of just, you literally can just kind of keep pulling and pushing things infinitely. So for me, it's a lot faster and I find more control, like, cause I can just kind of keep going, right? Like I can do whatever I want with snake hook. Whereas the move brush, it's very like, it's limited. So where's move? Like if I pull, it will stop, right? So it's like very deliberate actions, but with snake hook, it's kind of like free reign. And for my own personal preference is snake hook. These guys, I kind of want to make his boots even bigger. Oh no, I'm not using Sculptress Pro. It is very good to use with snake hook though, if that's the kind of thing that you like. Sculptress Pro. Oops. Sculptress Pro is this button right here, and it essentially will just create geometry as you're sculpting, so you don't have to like dynamesh things. Like I said, I was gonna probably have to play around with this quite a bunch. I'm trying to get it to be stubby, but at the same time pointy. Kind of shoe that I will spend a ungodly amount of time on trying to get right. It's very difficult to get right. I do not like doing these types of shoes. They're very tricky. Ugh. I might just kind of like, whatever. I'll just like leave it as it is right now, but definitely needs work. Definitely needs work to make that look right. Ooh, baby, no, I can't leave it. That's wrong. That is wrong. Nope. So it doesn't help right here. This whole part should be like going. Oh my goodness. No? No. Okay, it's subdivided. No? Hey, clip. It is. Oops. Tricky, tricky. So here's like a perfect example. If I didn't understand what it was that I was doing that well, I might even just like open Photoshop and just start like drawing a bunch of different like boots so that I could get a better idea of what it is. Like stubby style pointy boots, you know what I mean? So that I could kind of see like what it is that I wanted to do. You know, help me understand it a little bit better. But right now, I'm just doing the struggle fest. That should be over more. I was just thinking like leather cowboy boots. Be really sick in the head, and everything's actually like turtle leather. Reference? Ah, yes. True. Have I ever used 3D Coat? Yes, I have. Wait, have I actually? Yeah, I trialed it. That's all I've done with it, though. Sorry. I want to put like a shotgun like placeholder, but at the same time I'm like, I'd have to like go through it, and I only have 2 minutes, whatever. It'd be a big shotgun though. I'm thinking like big shotgun. Maybe. Yeah. I know that, like, wait, actually, can you make the star, like if I were to come here and change this to a star like this, can I give this, wait, this already is 6 sides, isn't it? Oh, sick, yeah it is, okay. Wait, let me just sharify this. Go. And then I will bring that in. Yes. That's it. Oh, it's so tiny. And end. Real quick before I end, I want to give him some spurs. Even though this is not gonna, yeah, it'll be a fine placeholder, it's fine. Just want to do that real quick. Okay. Actually, spurs are usually like back here, aren't they? Yeah. Either back here or on the very back of the boot. Oh well. Neat. Okay, we'll just leave it as that because I am out of time. Quick save, and then I'll do my spiel. Wait, there we go. Okay, let me get this guy set up. Let's see. Wait, I put this on the wrong one. Nobody told me. Wait a minute. Oh, he's over here. Was I doing... Oh, I put it on the wrong one. Append him back over here. There we go. There. Okay. Put him here. Here. For sure. Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you have any additional questions, if I didn't get your question or anything like that, you know, socials right here. If you want to DM, that's fine. Let's see. Let me see if I can answer anything really quick before I leave. Smash the Ninja Turtles. This old man would smash them. Let's see. You know where he's, Alex? Okay, yeah, so yeah. If you liked what you saw and you wanted to try ZBrush, feel free to check out their website, Maxon ZBrush. And there is a 30-day free trial if you wanted to try this. However, if you've never ever done any 3D sculpting, there is ZBrush Core Mini. I highly recommend you try out because it is completely free and you can take your time with it. The UI is super simple, very, very beginner friendly. And other than that, I guess also give this channel, wherever you're watching it, a follow because there are other streamers that stream here on ZBrush Live. They're very, very talented people and they all have different workflows. So check them out when you have the chance, and if you follow the channel, you'll know when they're live. Also, ZBrushLive.com, you'll be able to see the schedule of anybody coming up in the future. My next stream is going to be next Wednesday at the same time, so 6 to 10 p.m. EST. This is usually a sketchbook session. That's usually what I do here, so feel free to come and hang out and sketch with me if you'd like to. It's a lot of chill time, chill vibes, chill fun. But yeah, any of my socials, if you wanted to follow me on any of my socials, they're right here. Okay? Alright. Okay. Good night. Thank you all for hanging out. Yes, Dan, I'm out. I'm off. I'm off to hunt for them cocoa seeds. Okay. Bye-bye. See you guys.